Welcome to the stream. We're just testing stuff out right now, making sure everything works before we start. All right, let's get going. All right, I'm fully ready. Um, I haven't started the um, video. I'm just doing last audio checks. But we will start momentarily here. Um, YouTube people, if you hear anything off, tell me. Hello, we're starting. If you, in fact, have a copy of Game of Thrones, YouTube people, you can sync up your copy. Yes, you may ask. Whatever you like. You're blocked on Patreon. That's not right. I don't even know how to block people on Patreon. Did you comment on Patreon? Who was blocked? I can go back and check later why Patreon would have done that, but yeah, I don't know why they did that. Huh. Yeah, that's absolutely strange to me. You were blocked. I saw you. That's weird. But um if you have a copy of your season 1 Game of Thrones, get it ready now. Um, or if you are a member on Patreon or YouTube, um, just go to the roles section of our Discord. Um, you have to go on Discord and go to the roles section, and then type in your name on whichever platform you're using, and I will put you in so you can see the Discord watch party if you are paying currently. All right. But every time we go through an episode, I will stop and let you guys know um, the process um, of how to do it, or I have a copy paste that I'll put in the description of how to do it. But you need to be a member, and and but we're gonna get started. Okay, everything's going pretty good. All right, start in three, two, one. Oh, holy crow! There's a volume wheel in Discord if you want to turn it down or turn it up. Mine is ridiculously loud. Here we go on our Game of Thrones binge. At least mine. You all probably won't stay the whole time. Hello. Just a warning: if you want to talk, do it through the members chat. Otherwise, your voice is going to be on YouTube. Hello, Maria. This intro sequence, I feel, is such a good way to put us in this world, and it feels so different than most, um, like 90% of the show. Thank you. Yep, we Game of Thrones really brought this channel back from the dead. This is a casual watching, so I'm going to be talking and doing a lot of that kind of stuff. I'll give you a guys a little secret. I actually, after season 2 was over, I started reading Game of Thrones, the first book, and I read this part when it opens up. They did a all right job portraying that from the books. I only got to the part where he's like hiding in the tree, though. I didn't read anymore from there. Yep. Yeah, in that first like chapter, he's a little he's a little dweeb for sure. Type a little message in YouTube chat. Oh my goodness. He got attacked. Call a doctor. Okay, I need to type this in a separate window. We get like so many decapitations in this opening episode. Just setting the stage completely 100%. I am kind of not in frame. Let me move that. And if you members who are watching on Discord want to chat and not be on the YouTube cut, just do go into the members channel chat general and that's what I'll respond to you. And you can always just mute me. In if you just hit the turn microphone off and deafen, you can turn me off if you don't want to listen to me. We are on the way. Yeah. After editing it, after hearing it like over and over and over and over, yeah, it is definitely stuck in my head. I like sing along to it every single time I listen to it. Let me open up. I might have to. The fact that they remade this scene in the season 3, I think episode 2 or 3 for Bran was just amazing. You can't hear me on Discord. Can anyone else hear me on Discord? It's because you're muted. You're deafened. You're you hit the little headset icon. There's a little microphone icon and then a little headset icon. You just hit that headset icon to uh turn your ears on. I'll get a little screenshot for you. No problem. Okay, I think YouTube can chill. Oh my god. It's given like I think like 10 ads in the last since we started. Jesus. Mmm. Ned's oaths. Not so serious now. I do need to fix a few things after this episode's over because it's kind of messed up on the YouTube. Shouldn't take that long. Yeah. Does he have a smaller Valyrian steel sword too? Oh no, I'm thinking about Jon Snow's sword. That's uh, Mormont's sword. You have a replica of? Damn, is it as big as his? I have a replica of Sting, but that's just a dagger from Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I noticed that that's the sword they used, which was so disrespectful. That's like more than disrespectful. Hello, hello, YouTube. I'm splitting my yeah. One second. I have to fix something. All right. Fix it. It did indeed. I have the. Which sigils do you refer? Oh, the yes, the dead deer in the road and the dead direwolf to the side of the road, foreshadowing that Robert Baratheon is going to die first, and then Ned Stark's going to die after, and then his the puppies will take over. Foreshadowed the whole season, one first episode. Mm, yeah, there's symbolism. They kill each other. Thank you for coming. We are in the process of watching season one. Yeah. Do you guys think that Robert and Ned Stark are responsible for each other's deaths? Would you say that? No. Season three? No, I'm not finished with season three. I am definitely not. We watched 3x5 and 3x6. So we're on 3x6 at the end of it. Yeah, they're talking about the fact that they had to kill John Aaron. Makes sense to me. How long? You don't have to like spoil it, but how long is their plot? Like, their plot was to kill John Aaron, kill Robert, and then what? What was the actual plan? And did the plan go exactly to? Okay, that makes sense. I know there's a plot. Obviously, I know there's a plot, but I think the direwolves are probably south of the wall because the White Walkers. I would assume. I think any living creature would probably be afraid of them, and just everyone's trying to go south. Oh, by the way, Maria, I just moderated you on YouTube. If you feel like something's a spoiler, you can just click on the message and hit the remove button if I don't get to it first. Wish I could go to the Gaza and smoke a joint and pet the heart tree. And that's a vibe. Who is my favorite character so far? Hmm. Yeah. I'm thinking about the character question. It's definitely changing rapidly in season 3. My least favorite character is Littlefinger. 100% no. Yeah. Does she still follow the faith of the Seven? Or is she converted to the old gods? Okay. Yeah, gotcha. It's your gods with all the rules. So she never like converted. Okay. Man, this episode it makes you long for the days when it wasn't so complicated. But it is what it is. All the kids just hanging out. Figuratively and literally south. Yeah. Is that the only time we hear this music? This motif? He definitely has the gravitas of a king, but he's definitely not the right king. There really hasn't been a moment like this ever again in the show. It is unique, one of a kind. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. The charisma of a king, but just not the sense of a king. Yeah. He's got that charisma. The thing is, even if, say, Ned Stark took the throne, right? Um, at the end of Robert's rebellion, and he became king, let's just say, I don't think he would have survived longer than Robert. He's just not built for it. He's not built for that South, that scheming and backstabbing. Oh my goodness. Yeah, or just gotten stabbed. Yeah, that's what I think too. You would have probably been overthrown or killed. Mm, Yeah, it definitely would have been a mistake to take the throne there. I like how it's like an awkward just standoff here. They're all just like, yeah, we're just gonna stand here. Our lord and king just walked away. I think he just loved her so much that he just wanted to go there. Probably. Yeah. I mean, personally, like I can't speak for anyone else, but personally, I wouldn't care if someone like grieved the loss of someone they used to love. But Cersei's a completely different beast. She doesn't care. We are going to. Sorry. Sorry, YouTube. You can't see this part. Just shuffling around the room. Yeah. No. None of that. I have to set up my phone so I can automatically just click it off because the computer's behind me. So I have to like fly over there and turn it off. It's not Game of Thrones without it. Okay, I'm gonna type that up. I'm going to post that occasionally just so you guys know how to do it. Okay. Man, I have to block this screen too. because he's a grade A creep in this scene. Yeah, I do like that transition too. They're getting so good in season 3 with transitions, I've noticed. Yeah, they do, but I don't know if she wants to keep that tradition alive. I have popcorn and I haven't been eating. Wait, dragon. I was thinking it was more his temper as a Targaryen. Yeah. I had a comment once that told me if I didn't stop watching Game of Thrones, that I was an R word because I supported all of the weird stuff that happened in the show. Yeah. YouTube comments are great. My goodness. Yeah. This live stream will always be on the channel. Okay. I'm gonna roll back and re-enable the YouTube Holy Christ. Yep. She can go in the water. The really hot water. Thank you for coming. I think he's like, I don't know. He's a strange man to me. He is definitely my most hated character of season 1. He's a good villain, but yeah, I think he's a villain. 100%. The way he treats Daenerys. I really only think you need to be really evil to one person to be a villain. I disagree. There's villains. That's just my opinion, but hello, Mac. Good to see you again. Hope you get satellite internet soon.
Yeah, not to mention he's weak. Like good, good and evil is all relative. I think. Yeah, I think good writing. There is flaws with heroes, and there are good things about villains. Right? That's any really good story that has that gray area that can tell a story there. It can just be a yeah, like literally that sentence makes him a villain. That exact sentence right there. Yeah, like I don't need it. He could disappear for the show from the show and never come back, and he's a villain in my eyes for saying that. Even if a hero has qualities that are just like self doubt, I think is enough like moral to make it a gray kind of character. Like Jon Snow's a here quote unquote hero, but he has self doubt, so it makes him gray enough to be interesting, right? Yeah, I'm sure the books are way more black and white. Not black and white, way more gray than the show is portraying because it's trying to like people need people to cheer for in a television show to make it. It is not this popular because it's hard to grasp what each character's motivation is and like how they feel about everything. That's why I really like it. It's not afraid to. It does it more than other shows do. It's not so like smack me in the face obvious. Yes, this man disappeared into the wild and never came back. And I just want you guys to know what I say is just my opinion. I'm not like speaking as if I think it's fact. It's just what I think. So take it as that. And I can see how you like said like these people are just acting as people because they are for the most part they just act upon what they think is right and they do it even if it is completely twisted and corrupted in like the eyes of another person, right? Every time you see a new character on screen, say what happened to them, like how they died, or need clarification. Oh yeah,
Sir Roderick. Sir Roderick. Sir Roderick was beheaded? Oh, Roderick Cassell. Okay. For some reason, when you said Sir Roderick, I was thinking about uh, the blacksmith of Winterfell for some reason. I don't know why I was thinking like that. People on YouTube, give us a like. It helps push the stream out to more people who would like to see it. Rob being yeah, no. I gotta charge my headset. It's dying. I'm reading all your comments and watching the show. What are all the bastard names from all the kingdoms? Oh my god. Rob Stark is such a little faced man right here. In a few years, he's going to be marching off. I don't know how long actually it is. All the names. That's fine. And then the wheels are put into motion. Does he decide to do it because of this message? Or was he going to do it all along? Because he thinks he's the only one to
be able to save Robert. Yeah. Yeah, I'm on 3x5. 3x, yeah, for 3x6, but yeah. Do I need to? Probably. Turn off the YouTube for this. How you guys doing today? Having a good day? Yeah. But would he have gotten it if he was patient? Would he have gotten the army even if he, waited, or was it just not going to happen? Yeah, a gift, a golden crown. Yeah, yeah. He has no leverage to force someone to give him anything, and that's his biggest mistake. He's really at the mercy of them. Hmm. Yeah, because he doesn't command respect. He doesn't earn respect. He just thinks he deserves respect, and that's not how this, especially in the East here, that's not how this works. Yeah, it's more of a fighting world in the East where you just have to survive. And I mean, Game of Thrones, Westeros is the same, but I don't think not to the same degree. I'm gonna turn the show back on after this scene. Yeah, and now you told me their ages. It's kind of yikes. Dude. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure they would feel more villainous if they depicted their actual ages. Yeah, don't they? Don't they have a scene with him and Catelyn later where he actually leaves? Yeah. Are there boar in the north? Doesn't seem right. He said, "Let's go hunt some boar." You'd think there'd only be like deer. Because normally, I'm just going off regular life, but normally like boar don't exist in northern climates. Your choice of words. Your choice of words is yeah. Damn. All right. I'll be sliding away for 1 second. Yeah. Da, 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 da. All right. We're on episode 2, so you can sync with the subtitles if you are doing that currently. How do we determine war? Do we determine a war starting when people realize that they've been tricked, or when they've been tricked? I'm just looking for a definition. I would say when John Aaron died. That's when the war started. Because that's truly when the plot started. It's like when Franz Ferdinand was assassinated to start World War One. The guy who went to assassinate him uh, missed, like basically was unable to kill him the first time, and then just so happened that Franz Ferdinand drove down the wrong street where the guy was again and stopped right in front of him, and he was killed. Kind of like not like that, but kind of like that. Oh, so okay, so someone saying him figuring out what happened between Jamie and Cersei would have made him kill his own kids or their kids. Was that? I just thought they kind of wanted to take over, but so does Tywin Lannister not know that Jamie and Cersei killed Jon Arryn? So when Jamie and Cersei had kids, the war started when Jamie and Cersei were born. Okay. Drinking coffee. Does Jorah in that moment know he did a wrong thing, or is he like thinking to himself like, I shouldn't be punished for that? I'm a little confused by that. To be honest, I don't know much about the War of the Roses in actual historical context. Something I've never dived into. He looked like he understood, but he will remember that. Is there an answer? You could be a nihilist and then it just doesn't even matter. Yeah, him not knowing and like he knows their secret, but he doesn't know that they pushed Bran at the moment. Ned Stark does make it like way more apparent. Spreads the word. Jamie's like, man, the casting of this was so good. They actually look like brothers. I don't know why, but they did. Just their jawlines are so good. She's either a really good actor or actually being sincere in this moment. I think she's actually being sincere because she never employs this kind of cry for me strategy ever again. You'd think she would use it more later, but I think she's actually. And if it's sincere, it's not a strategy. It's just she actually wanted to, or she felt guilty that she was involved for a brief moment, or to cover her tracks, to like distance herself from it. He still has his hand. It's only for life. You know what I was thinking? This is the most random thing I was thinking ever. Uh, how did John pay for the sword from the blacksmith, or was he just given it because he is who he is? Yeah, the it like changes from kingdom to kingdom, people to people, and oh, I never thought of it like that. Jamie warning John about swearing oaths because he despises his Kingsguard oath. Or not the oath in general, just how people treat him now that he's the Kingslayer. Yeah. They're kind of both outcasts in their family. She's the smallest, youngest daughter, and she doesn't fit in, and Jon Snow doesn't fit in. So it's kind of a natural fit for them to gravitate towards each other. Worse, worse as in oh, what Cat says to him. Mm. I'm interested to see the difference of the book. And Ned Stark walks in right now. Cat, just it's all right. He's going to the wall. Man, oh man. Oh, that makes sense. You're free to talk in the Discord if you want to, if you're able to, obviously. Completely up to you though. Oh, not the last time they'll see each other, but still hits hard. She was very kind. I don't know about that. Oh boy. And they haven't seen each other since. So they show Winterfell from that far away. How far away is Winterfell from this picture? Questions. My my questions that don't matter at all, but questions. These are the things I think about when I'm watching things. Exactly 3.7 miles. I don't know if that's sarcasm or sincerity. Okay. You made me believe it too. 3.7 miles. I mean, that's actually pretty. Yeah, it actually might be close because man, if they only had a Google Earth of Game of Thrones that I could like go down to Street View and walk along the path to Winterfell. Yeah, Winterfell is huge. I've seen the how big it is. A traveling castle. Yeah, this scene is great. You can. Your your voice will be on YouTube, but I'm fine with that. Oh my lord. Hmm. Yeah, and they go over it like they're at war. They never know if they're gonna survive the next day. It's I understand.
Hello, Maria. Oh my goodness, more Game of Thrones. God bless it.
Yeah. The Targaryen children. That it. Oh my goodness. And what? Yeah. I mean, did Robert do that or did Tywin do that? Robert didn't disagree. Yeah. Well, he sent. He also sent his brother Stannis after the last two. So, what would Stannis have done, or what did he ask Stannis to do to them? It was war. I am once again. My headset is dying. Yeah. I don't know if Robert has any remorse built into him. They are as much talking to each other as to the audience. Hello? I put these ads on the lowest they can go and they still pop up every 5 minutes. YouTube is insane. Before they were popping up every 30 seconds. It's like, how does anyone even watch anything? Rob. He's essentially the doctor as well, but he's a general advisor as well.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Awesome. Well, yes, you learned about maesters in Histories and More, season
Yeah.
one, when they told you all about how they are counselors and they are skilled in medicine, war, ravenry, all sorts of things.
Yeah. Yeah. If you give me 1 second, I have to fix the audio quick. I have audio coming through two ends right now. Cat. No. Okay, I'm back. I needed to turn the Discord audio down a little bit. Oh my goodness gracious. Mm, yeah. Her hands. Yeah. Oh, because are they headed to Vostothrek? Mm-hmm. That makes sense. I gotta fix this. I'm streaming with two computers for the first time, and I have to like slide back to fix the stuff from time and time. Walls. Tyrion's just like, what? Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, it's obviously built so long ago that probably not a majority of people know like the lore of how it was built, but it's probably only known by like the nobility who get taught that. Mm. Yeah, true. Oh, yes, I went through. That's a good way of looking at it. Oh. So what, my lady? Which season sticks to the books the most out of all of them?
The first one for sure. Then slowly but steadily, they start to vie away from the source material,
Mm-hmm.
and in the end, there are several plots that are just abandoned in the series because it's too big. It's gigantic in the
Mm.
books.
Okay.
But the first one, if you've read like the first chapter or so,
Mm.
many times dialogue is just taken like word by word, and it's exactly the same.
Yeah.
And this is the thing that she was making, if you remember, in season 3 that you've seen already.
Yeah. Who is she making it for in season 3?
Well, she thinks her children are dead.
Oh,
Process
in
at war.
Winterfell. Yes.
Winterfell is in ruins.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, she has the reasons to ask favors of the gods.
Yeah. I just
And
forgot
if
that.
you look at it, yeah, the circumstances, if you look at it, it's actually that whole thing is
Mhm.
essentially a representation of the seven gods.
Oh,
And it's
okay.
like miniature dolls of the seven gods.
If you asked me to uh, remember all seven, I probably couldn't tell you right now. I know a
Pretty
few.
easy. Yeah, I mean, it's three male and three female and one neutral. So you have essentially the father, that's kind of the Christian father god figure.
Mm-hmm.
Then there is the warrior, the smith. Then for the women or feminine part, you have the three moments in life. So you have the maiden, the mother, and the crone. And
Mm.
finally, the stranger represents death.
Hmm.
That's rich coming from a girl who was a bed slave. Okay.
And once again, I must make this invisible on YouTube. I have a way to do this remotely. I just didn't set it up. I'm kind of regretting it.
Law and Order Special Victims Unit, Westeros Edition.
Essos edition. Oh wait, we don't have a department for that.
Essos Edition, indeed. Yeah, correct.
You don't have to tell me, but is there like a far future idea of what happens after all of this?
What do you mean?
Kind of like a prophesized or known, like the writer has told you, like how this world like either ends or like changes into the future.
It's I think too early to have this conversation
Yeah.
without spoiling things for you.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the one thing I can tell you without spoiling things for you is that the path that the books take is quite different from the path that the series took.
Yeah.
And there are so many things that have been cut off in the series for simplicity's sake, for storytelling's sake, and that it's kind of hard to conciliate the two.
Mm-hmm.
And the final two books aren't out yet. So there's a
Yeah.
lot of lore and stuff in the past, because Martin has been writing a ton of like history books,
Yep.
about stuff that happened in the past and the things that we know as lore, but we don't really know how it ends. There are prophecies in in the world, but as you know, prophecies are dangerous and they can be interpreted so many different ways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's like having two stories in a sense. Yeah. For me personally, like my books, I've written the end. I've already written the end. So it doesn't matter like how I write the middle. I know what the end is.
Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, I think he knows how he wants to end it, but the problem is, just to give you an example, he has said in an interview that he now regrets killing a character in the books that would have
Mm,
actually been useful to have alive, and now he has difficulties wrapping up a certain stories. We don't even know which story it is. He didn't say which character it was.
Mm-hmm.
but just to give you an idea of the size of the whole thing, and how he makes things make sense. It's probably some character who knew something or had some important role, and now that character is dead, and he needs to
Mm-hmm.
find somehow else to fix that, which is not exactly simple, I suppose.
Yeah, and I'm guessing he's not the kind of person who would want to try to figure out some way to bring that character back in any fashion because he wants to like keep this like finality of their death like a serious like the tone of the book is like when people die they die. There's no real
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I mean, we'll see. Um, but I think this is the best answer that you can get without getting into spoilers.
mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. I think we're doing an all right job talking in generalities. She hit him in the back of the head.
She swung.
Yeah. After this ends, I'm definitely going to have to make a hotkey on my computer to bring that display back up and take it away when I want to. So I don't have to keep rolling over to the other computer and disabling it manually.
Since we know how this ends, this episode,
Yeah.
why do you think that Joffrey had the butcher's boy killed?
Um, I think he's just retaliating because of his shame, because he felt shame and it felt like he was shamed by um, Joffrey had the butcher's boy killed, or Robert. So Joffrey told the Hound to kill him.
Well, we don't see it.
Yeah,
But you've seen season 3, episode 5, and the
yeah.
Hound in his like conversation with Beric says, "It's not my place to question princes,
Okay, so he
not
is
kings."
insinuating.
Yeah,
Okay,
but it becomes clear like 2 seasons later,
yeah,
you know.
that's insane.
And also, I think another clue is in the conversation that Joffrey has with Cersei when Cersei's like medicating his bite marks. Um, and she's like, "Oh, but you killed the beast," and he's like, "No, I just, uh, I just screamed. All I did was scream." And I really think that part of the reason that he has Micah killed is because he saw him being a little coward, and he didn't
Mm,
want anyone to know that.
yeah,
And also, I think that's why he starts resenting Sansa because she saw him for what he really was, and
yeah.
now he hates her. But
It all builds from there. Uh, his disdain for the Starks probably begins here, if not like from his mother saying things before, like and
oh yeah, for sure. And in the books, there are some other interactions with his Stark children that are a little bit unsavory.
Mm,
So maybe that's also a part of it.
mm.
What's she gonna do? There you go.
Yeah, she
She didn't have a choice, really.
she's playing the fence here and trying to stay neutral, but again, by staying neutral, she's upset her sister, and she's not standing for anything. She is young, so it's like hard to go through all of
Yeah,
that
for sure.
mental navigation. Yeah, people barely like people from their own kingdom. That's true. People barely like people from their own kingdom.
Have you given a thought to why the Stark children called their dire wolves the names that they gave them?
I haven't thought about it. I to be honest, I should probably put the dire wolves all in the map breakdown as
You
either
should.
characters or casualties.
So Sansa calls her dire wolf lady.
Yeah, as in referring to the seven or some other reason.
No, it's actually because she wants to be a lady.
Okay.
And the dire wolf is like the gentlest, the smallest of the litter as well. And the dire wolves very much reflect their owner's character, and then they're significant.
Mm,
And so Sansa calls her as lady because that's what is the most important thing for her. She's been raised to be lady. Arya calls hers Nymeria, who is a very famous warrior, woman warrior.
mm. Oh yeah. Okay. That not in relation to the Targaryens or
No, no,
okay.
it's a different one. You'll hear about her in the histories and lore.
Okay. Gotcha. I forgot about the dogs. The dire wolves. I gotta put them on the map breakdown. Oh. I think I call them dogs all the time just because they're so well trained. But also, you see later that they're a wild card. Like Ghost does what he wants, kind of goes where he wants. Dire wolves are kind of like dragons in that way. They kind of do what they want, but then also respect their owners. I gotta make some adjustments. Holy. And if anyone wants to take a quick break, I'll be back shortly. I just need to fix some things. My lord. We are. Oh my goodness. I'm set for life. I got the be right back toggle. I got the hide Game of Thrones toggle. So I don't have to worry about my entire channel getting demolished by some errant Game of Thrones against TOS. Whew. All right. The one, the one, the one thing I didn't put on my phone is start and stopping the video. If anyone has a copy who's watching, just make sure you sync up on YouTube. We're on episode 3. Who's ever using that? It's getting quite hot in my house. Game of Thrones. Oh yeah, yeah. It's not that hot here. I live in the mountains. I'm also like in in all sorts of definitions a North man, so anything over 80 is hot for me. Like a good, like a cool, like 50-degree day is like perfect for me. Yeah, yeah. I can live in the South. I just can't do it. I miss winter too much. I miss feeling cold.
I'm really excited for you to see this scene again now that we know what happened. actually.
I am 100% engaged. Hmm. I like these actors are good. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if serving was safe with King Ares.
I think he meant to say before it was getting crazy because
Yeah.
Eris wasn't always that bad. He got progressively worse in the last period of time.
Mm,
But I think what he's saying is like whenever things were good and everything was working okay, and it was safe for you to be there, it's fine. When things went south,
yeah.
um, yeah, you chose something else. But you've seen Jamie's story now, so I think it's interesting to rewatch this scene with that knowledge.
Yeah. Welcome back. He's in a viper pit. He doesn't even realize it.
This is the scene.
Where he's
that I mentioned before. Mm. There it is. The two Stark girls saw it.
Yeah. It's born from there.
Yeah, he could get rid of Micah because he was nothing, just a butcher's boy. But the two Stark girls he couldn't get rid of course. But he still hates them because they saw him being covered.
Mm,
Mother of the Year award goes to.
you can do whatever you want.
Oh, and this is the place where, if you remember, you were asking where does this whole necklace thing come from? You were wondering why Joffrey was subtly being nice to Sansa and gifting her a necklace. This is why. His mom told him to
Yeah.
do something nice for the Stark girl.
Mm, that is a good point. There are little moments uh, where this actor kind of like breaks away from Joffrey's persona a little bit. Um, I don't know why, but it comes off as like comical to me. Uh, One of the moments is when Marcella is leaving, and uh, him and Sansa are having a conversation.
Sansa,
Yeah,
yeah, bickering about crying princes.
yeah, yeah. And he's just he's kind of funny in that moment, but it's not like funny, but he doesn't act crazy, so it is funny. It's almost
Yeah, I know exactly the scene. And when he asks, "Is your brother a prince?" And she's like, "No." Well, then.
not really
Um,
relevant then, is
but I think it's
it?
really good. It works.
Yeah. It does give like little moments of levity to an otherwise like just absolutely crazy character that I think.
There's plenty of those sprinkled around the series
Mm,
because he's not the only character who's been like sanitized a little bit in that way
yeah.
with humor because it would be unbearable to see the exact book version of
The
this.
book, yeah,
Oh, the doll that she was hugging during the siege of King's
yeah.
Landing.
I noticed. I it was and that scene like right after where Sandor Clegane comes and he's kind of nice to her, but then the scene that you showed me, the deleted scenes, is like more of what the book was trying to get across. But again, I
Yeah,
understand it's like it,
there's a lot to unpack there for sure.
yeah,
And it's more complex. It's a more complex relationship in the books. It's just simplified
yeah.
for those series TV audiences.
I do appreciate that kind of what am I trying to say? Like adapting something in a way where it makes sense to people, but um it's kind of done a lot in the Lord of the Rings as well, where something is just boiled down a little bit, but it does it's still enjoyable. Like it still makes sense. But some people hate that. Some people hate when those things are changed. But I think it's an art. It's almost like a where a writer has to think about like, okay, this character kind of doesn't make sense in the book to like an audience who's larger than what the book could attract. We got to change it a
Yes.
little bit.
Yeah. Gimli comes to mind
Yeah,
because he was
for
made into a
sure.
very comedic character. Yeah.
Boromir is a little different. I
Legolas.
actually prefer Boromir in Boromir and Aragorn in the movies compared to what Tolkien wrote. That's probably a hot take, but
You will have strong opinions about Game of Thrones as well when you start reading books, because some characters are much more rounded and
mm-hmm,
much grayer from the get-go.
mm-hmm,
So it's going to be it's hard to say, okay, this is who I'm actually rooting for, because they have their positive parts, but they're also horrible people. Um, so yeah,
mm,
it's going to be interesting when you actually start reading and we can have those kinds of conversations.
yeah. I gotta study booktubers to get some ideas for what I could possibly do.
He was a very good father, I have to say. This parenting scene is excellent.
Yeah, I completely agree. And man, I wish he just decided to stay up there. I love the character. I love this character, but he's just so. I don't know.
Naive, maybe?
Yeah, he's just not meant for this world.
You've Yeah, you've seen season two, so you've essentially seen the White Walkers and the Army of the Dead,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah.
Check out what Old Nan says here about what winter actually is. Because when we first see it, it sounds like ridiculously exaggerated. But going back, there you go.
Mm.
A little comedic effect here. But we've seen the White Walkers and they're riding their dead horses.
Yeah.
So the question is, how much of the rest of what she's saying is actually true?
Maybe we do. I. It could be worse. Honestly, from what she's saying, it could be worse.
Oh, yeah.
I'm guessing that the White Walkers bring a more harsher winter when they arrive.
Yes. Yeah, correct. They bring the storm, the winter. Um, so you've seen enough to know that the Starks essentially have had some role in building the wall and keeping the White Walkers out. Have you given a thought on about why their words, the house words, are winter is coming?
Um, probably I would just assume that they are the more northern kingdom, so maybe like because they've fought the White Walkers in the past. Um, yeah, that's I would just assume they're the most northern kingdom, so they
I
kind
don't
of
think
like the
it's
people
just the
who
normal winter they refer to.
yeah the kind of people
Yeah.
who would announce that winter is coming because they would see it first, and then the duality of that is like they also would know first that the White Walkers were coming. So winter in both regards, like of White Walkers and yeah, like
And yeah,
actual
and the
winter.
winter. Yeah, got it. Mhm. I want you to, about this theme that we're seeing now, I want you to pay some extra attention to what little finger is saying about the bet where the dagger was lost and exchanged hands.
Mm.
And we'll talk about it later. I want to see if you actually catch the thing.
Mm.
Here it is. Pay attention. Did you catch that?
Um, I
He's
did I
saying, okay, so Littlefinger is saying that he bet on Jamie and lost because Jamie lost, and that Tyrion won, which would mean that Tyrion had bet against his brother.
oh
Do you think that's likely?
no,
There you go.
a convincing enough story for someone who doesn't really think into it for like the
Yeah,
the few people in that room. Why would Varys not think about his story? Or maybe he does. He doesn't believe him.
maybe he doesn't know exactly what happened.
Yeah,
Um, but again, it's very unlikely that uh, Tyrion would bet against his brother. He never does.
yeah,
But this is one of those tiny things, that you have to pay very, very close attention to. Otherwise, it's
yeah, for sure. It's definitely something that you'll like. The more you watch this, the more you read the books, you'll notice all of these things. Mm, yeah, that's another thing too. When Littlefinger was given an opening, he used that story to cover himself. Littlefinger, a few inches of eye movement from breaking the fourth wall.
Would you say that Littlefinger's deception started right here?
What was that?
Do you think that Littlefinger's betrayal started already here or later?
I would assume, yeah, he's already started. Um, just because of his framing of Tyrion. And we don't get to see the season one is so.
Why would he? Yeah.
Yeah, season one is so like watered, not watered down. It's not the right word. Um, what's the right word?
There's a lot going on,
Yeah,
for sure.
there's a lot
Yeah.
going on behind the scenes that in later seasons they will reveal as things that are going on behind the scenes. In this season,
Yes.
a lot is going on that you don't see, and it kind
Yes.
of
Indeed.
you're kind of getting
Yes.
into like the game yourself the more you stay with the show. Like you get revealed the secret plots behind this and what this person's doing,
Exactly. Yes.
and
Correct.
I like that kind of like aspect of the writing where you're definitely getting um it's almost like they're bringing the audience into as a character who's discovering these things, and I really like that.
Yeah, you're starting to understand the Game of Thrones.
Yeah. It's a very good way to get people used to it, so you're not overloading them with um, so much information. You're acclimating them to the surroundings, and then just slowly ramp up the amount of information you feed to people.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's like reading a history book.
Yeah, it's a good case study in getting average people to retain more information than they normally would. You've seen reactors react to like just bad reactors who just cannot grasp just anything beyond simple premises, and it that kind of makes me upset. because I'm just like, why are you doing this? If you can't even like,
Yeah, I've seen people rewatch things from season one saying, "Oh, this is the first time I realized this actually exists." And I'm like, dude, this was important. And like, oh, well, I didn't really pay attention because I didn't think it was important.
yeah, yeah,
But yeah, as you said, season one gives the baseline. So in order to understand things that are explained later, you need to know this baseline very, very well.
hmm,
And this is the last time they see each other.
yeah. That's
It's like he knows.
yeah, he does. Uh, yeah, I feel that. This episode was great. It had so many good
Oh,
scenes.
yeah. And this is where um, we see Jamie for the first time tell us that Eris wanted to burn them all. You've just watched 3.5,
Yeah,
so this should hit different now.
yeah. This is the first time he's ever said it.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. I just wonder why. I wonder why.
It's the first time we see it in the series. Not sure if he's told anyone else. I think yes.
Yeah, I don't know if it's 3x6 that I did like a very long outro talking about Jamie, I think. Or maybe it was 3x5, but
You touched briefly on Jamie in 3.5, so I'm gonna
yeah.
look forward to that longer one.
I'm going to check real quick. Make sure I
You
know what I'm
see, he's
talking
talking
about.
about the Charlies here, and it's probably some family of Samuel Tarly.
Mhm. There's a couple Tarleys they mention throughout the for a second. Oh, what the
Oh boy, Lancel taking it like a champ.
He likes messing with people.
Pay attention here for a second. Where is it? Did he say it already? Wherever he looks, he sees their smug, satisfied faces. I think
I
it's
think it's
now.
coming up. Yeah.
There it is. But we think he's talking about Jamie. But I think subconsciously he's also talking about the children.
Yeah. Yeah, Lancel and Cersei as well.
It's different, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. It it makes it ties a lot of stuff up in my mind to just see it again one more time.
There you go, the gift giving economy.
Mm-hmm.
See how she's starting to wear Dothraki clothes now, now that she's more tuned into her role and her relationship with Khal Drogo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Later
She
on,
was wearing silk and whatever earlier,
yeah.
like dresses, silk dresses, and now she's wearing the Dothraki garb.
Later on, I remember Viserys says something about you want to dress me up in Dothraki rags.
Yeah, I wanted to tell you about that one. It's so cool that you pointed that out. She was gifting him those clothes because he hadn't changed in like weeks and he was starting to stink, and people were laughing behind his back. She was trying to give him clean clothes.
Oh, wow, interesting.
And I don't know, whatever. It's weird, but fine, I guess.
I don't know about that. He's just. I kind of suspected this was not going to end well for him. Like, even as early on as this, to be honest.
Yeah, he wasn't cut to be a leader for sure. He was too broken. Um, if if he ever was even good enough to be a leader, a king. But he was a second son. You have to take that into account as well. He was expected to be the king's brother
Mm-hmm.
and support him and maybe be some master of something and help him in ruling, but not be a ruler.
Mm,
Um, as I was mentioning in the comments earlier, I think he's a very tragic figure because he was in the end a prince, and the royal family was slaughtered, and he was forced to escape and be in exile and take care of his baby sister. and always run from assassins and beg. And
Yeah.
there's a story about, no, they were, in the beginning, they were received by wealthy patrons in Essos, but then time went by and that kind of charity ran dry.
Mm.
So he was mocked and called the beggar king.
Yeah. They don't do obviously you can't go back and like tread all of that um and kind of sympathize them in that way. But they breed this character for his death for sure.
Oh
They
yeah,
they make you want
absolutely.
him to to die in the end. They're like,
You cheer when he dies,
yeah.
essentially. Yeah.
I don't know if that's the
But
case in the books.
I mean, he's a horrible in the books as well.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I was asking if you think he's a villain is because I think he's very much a victim of his
Yeah.
circumstances, which made him what he is.
Yeah. I
I don't
I
think he was inherently evil like Joffrey,
yeah.
you know?
Yeah. I can see um I can see that position. Um I often I would I'd often think even if you start off with like a good intent and circumstances happen over time that you still can become a villain if you take the circumstances the wrong way. And obviously it's a hard situation for him to go through, but in the end he did succumb to the world around him and kind of
Someone mentioned correctly that the Targaryens have been wedding brother and sisters for centuries.
mhm,
You know this.
yeah.
One thing that is not mentioned in the series is that Viserys and Daenerys very much expected to be wed.
Oh.
They didn't they this Dothraki marrying plan was something that came about quite recently in their story. They always expected to be married.
Hmm.
So in the books, there's a mention of Illyrio, if you remember him, the magister who was hosting both Viserys and Daenerys and Pentos.
Yeah.
He had like guards outside of Daenerys's room in order to avoid Viserys going in and taking her virginity, essentially, which he wanted to do
Oh,
before the wedding with Khal Drogo.
wow. that's that's insane.
That's Tyrion speaking with Tywin's words.
Yeah. He I think he alludes to something similar to that in Histories and Lore.
Exactly. Yes.
And I also think he's correct in that assumption.
I mean, if someone told me a story about some mythical creatures that lived 8,000 years ago, maybe. I mean, I'd
Not
be
in that
okay, fine,
portion of it.
right?
In the portion where he says that our ancestors just so happened to be on the correct side, in referring
Oh
to the
yeah, that
wildlings.
absolutely yes. Yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes. And Ygritte gives a much better explanation of that, both in the story and in histories and lore.
Hmm. And that's kind of where I got the whole the goal that I assume is the goal of this whole thing is to come to the conclusion that the game of Thrones, the kingdoms, and all of that needs to be like abolished in whatever way. I think if I were to guess, that's where I would assume the story will go. If I were to think about like what all the clues have been telling me, but I could be wrong.
It's an interesting take, but I would wait a little bit before
Yeah.
taking it up again. You need to see some more content. Do you understand what blood riders are?
I believe that's like someone who's like committed to their call to follow him to death, basically.
It's essentially the books explain it much better, but for the sake of simplicity here, the Call chooses three um, men to be his blood riders, his generals.
Okay, that makes sense.
This is when he's going to tell on Daenerys.
Yeah. He a plant, or was he just trying to get a pardon? Did someone put him
I
here?
think the latter. I think the latter. I think he just grabbed the opportunity
Okay.
before him.
Was he always giving that information? Like when Robert got the message that she wedded Khal Drogo, was that coming from Mormon?
You will know that somewhere in the future.
Okay. Sometimes I forget that this show will give me the information.
Yeah, but it's fine. There are some things that just die down and there's nothing more to them, and then I can tell you more.
Yeah.
There are some things that evolve, and then it's worth waiting to see
Hmm.
for yourself. Bad chance of that happening.
Yeah. On top of that, no one respects what Tyrion wants, or especially like what Tyrion. Yeah, it's just it was a double. They don't care about the North, and they don't care what Tyrion says.
100%. Yes. It was never gonna work. I mean, they build up this guy to be this incredible warrior who's going to mess everything up, and then he dies of an infection, essentially.
Yeah,
They set up Ned to be the main character and then kill him in the first season.
yeah, yeah,
So you're never sure exactly who's going to be the protagonist. Or
yeah,
rather, it's more like history, right?
yeah.
It's, come and go and time passes.
And they're definitely. I don't feel like there is a definite protagonist since season one. They're like the main thing, and they peel that band-aid off like immediately. They're like, okay, there is no like main character here because they kill Ned Stark, obviously.
Yes, and it's more it's as if it's like saying, okay, this is not a show in the traditional
Hmm.
sense. This is history. Why do you think Ned employed a Braavosi swordsman and not a Westerosi one?
um, if I were to guess, um, and use some insight, he probably doesn't want her to be. Probably two reasons. He does probably doesn't want her to really learn how to fight. So a Bravosi to him is probably a way to like I can't say that word, obfuscate like his role into training her how to fight. And like it's not real fighting, it's like a Bravosi, it's not real fighting. And the other part is probably he's like she's she's too small to learn how to fight like a a normal man.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Um, so the Bravosi water dance is actually quite uh, skillful.
Mm-hmm.
It's it's eh, it's not inferior to the Westerosi knight sword play,
Mm-hmm.
uh, but I think the main reason is precise, as you said, and she doesn't have the muscle power to fight like a knight. She needs to do something else and
Yeah.
um, use other things to her advantage.
Yeah.
It's more suited
Yeah.
for her physique, essentially.
You don't think him doing a Bravosi has anything to do with, like, in his mind, seeing it as real fighting, like in his mind, not like ours, but real fighting versus something that's like exotic and not sort of attached to like actual fighting. So he can like protect his daughter in that way. Like this is fighting of a different location. She's never gonna be have to be involved in a fight. And like right here too, he's like realizing he that may not be the case. Kind of.
Yeah, there are different interpretations of that final look,
Yeah.
what it might mean.
I really like this. And I don't know how much more we want to do. My plan was get to episode 5, but I am fine if people would like to start again at a different time. It's completely up to people watching. I think it's only like 3 of you anyway, so it doesn't really.
Oh, this is cool though. We can pick up again. I don't know how the others feel.
Yeah, I know it's probably late. 3 per day, 3 per day.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, one more is possible for me as well.
yeah. Becca's on her way home, so she'll probably join us for the end of the next episode. Yeah, we'll probably do one more. I have it in me. Okay, I'll hit the start. It's not.
Have you noticed how titles um, refer to several different things, like the Golden Crown? The Golden Crown, which is episode 6, I think,
Yeah.
refers both to the blonde hair of Cersei's children and the golden crown that Viserys gets.
No, I haven't. I didn't.
Kissed by Fire, the episode that you saw the other day,
Yeah.
is also referring to the red hair of Ygritte and like red-haired people
Yeah.
in the north, and also the Brotherhood with the Lord of Light and um, the Hound, kissed by fire.
Yeah. Literally. Kissed by fire. There is a lot of symbolism with the fire and that new religion that's trying to make a foothold in Westeros, and then talking about how their goal was to flip Robert Baratheon to the Lord of Light in the general scheme that they had going with Thoros Amir.
Yeah, and his ridiculous flaming sword.
everyone, everyone, they got the script and they're like, we're gonna go with that.
Everyone is talking about this image of him breaching through the walls with his flaming sword.
Yeah, the in the scene he's being led to the crypts,
Yes.
and they're already starting to do that foreshadowing with his death and setting this up with the three-eyed raven, which I still, yeah, that's the first time we see this three-eyed raven, right?
Yeah. Yes. Ah, Theon.
You poor man.
See his very conflicted loyalties here.
Yeah. Where?
Did you notice Rob has his sword on the table, across the table right in front of him?
Yeah.
Do you know what that means?
No.
So, in Westerosi society, as in much of Europe, actually, there is this thing about guest right. Have you ever heard of it?
No. Not really.
So essentially, the rule is that once you eat with someone, once you break bread with someone, it's it's against every sort of rule to harm that person you've broken
Oh.
bread with, right?
Yeah.
So, how the way it would be done was when was this kind of interaction, the first thing they would do would to give something to eat, or bread and salt, for example, right? Just something so that you're now under that person's roof and you
Mm.
can't harm each other. And that ends when you leave and the host gives you a gift,
Mm.
like Galadriel, for example, right? She
Mm-hmm.
gave gifts. That was the end of the protection. Um, the opposite of that is to put a sword on the table in front of you to signify you are not safe under this roof.
Um.
So that was a very not subtle in this universe way of saying you are not welcome here.
Yeah. I didn't. I didn't know that, but now I do, and that's something I will remember forever because I don't forget those things. My my that kind of information just sticks with me forever. If I could get a job just remembering that kind of stuff.
And I think that would be a history teacher.
Yeah. Well, history teachers are.
In the U.S., they're not. You'd have to be like a history teacher of like a university to ever use that kind of information because the learning process is so standardized that it's like a robot could do it. Like you don't need a human to teach a child. You just need a computer.
Yeah, but giving the passion for knowledge and history is something else entirely, I think. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's a long conversation to have.
Yeah.
They make you think he's going to be this badasser warrior
Yeah, it could
by
get
the
like
look of
grimace
him.
on his face and yeah, it is. They're all just like, huh? Yeah, yeah.
It's never really mentioned in the series, but I think it's worth mentioning it here. So Alistair Thorne, this guy who hates Jon Snow, is at the wall because he was a Targaryen loyalist.
Mm,
So essentially, he's here because Ned sent him here.
yeah, so he hates his son
Yeah.
big time. That character like disappeared off the face of the earth. I have not seen him since the first season.
Who?
Alistair Thorne,
No, he's there.
he is. I haven't seen him.
He was, if you remember, he was sent to King's Landing
Yeah,
with that hand. They don't even show it in the series. They don't show the travel, but it's a long travel
yeah.
there and back again. And since so in the entirety of second season two was the expedition north,
Mm-hmm.
we don't see him.
And so far in season three, I don't think I've seen him.
You will.
Yeah, it feels like a long time because of like the war and all that, but
In the books, he's sent with the hand, with that white's hand.
yeah, to
But
prove.
by the time he gets to King's Landing, it's already like rotted away and withered. So he doesn't have anything to show.
Oh, interesting.
It's more than the city, it's their most sacred place because they worship this divinity, the mother of mountains.
Mm.
And that's exactly where everything of importance happens. Oaths, uh,
Oh, okay.
their Everything that is important
Yeah.
happens
So it's
here,
less of a
which is
city
why
and more of
Drogo is
a
going
holy
here to
place,
present her.
like a place of worship.
Also, yes, their home base,
Yeah.
essentially.
Yeah. It wouldn't exist if it wasn't a place of worship, basically. Like they're more of a people who travel around than stay in one place of doing all that kind of official, all of their customs and culture.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Because they are a nomadic people, but they do have their like headquarters here,
Mm-hmm.
which is where they come back to for the important stuff, for the meetings of all the calls to decide what to do and what not to do, you know.
Yeah.
This is such an important conversation put in this setting when you're actually not paying attention because you're looking at what they're doing.
Yeah.
But the words are so important.
Yeah. The enemies of dragons would not be his enemies. Well, it wouldn't be his friends. He probably took insult with that statement.
He would, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
And she did see them.
Yeah. She will. Before she yeah.
Clue number two that Daenerys is fireproof and Viserys isn't. He got hurt
Yeah.
by the boiling hot candle wax.
Yeah.
Look,
Mm, it'd be very interesting to me, just as an alternate reality, to have Viserys live long enough to see the dragons.
oh my God. What a thought. So apart from the sexual innuendo here, um,
Mm-hmm.
we're talking about the fact that the dragons slowly got worse for some reason.
Yeah. Was it because of them breeding with each other, or not so much? No, he did not. Why not keep the skulls of your enemies in your basement?
Got disconnected a little bit there.
Oh, it's fine.
But yeah, this is where we find out that those skulls are now in the basement in the
Yeah.
dungeons of the Red Keep, and we see how the throne room looks now redecorated.
Mm.
See how carefully she rephrases that, the septa?
Yeah. he's just he's just he doesn't want to do this anymore. Freaking Varys. Dreadful.
Oh, and this is the fantastic Janos splint.
Yeah.
Mm. He's like, will I? And the eyebrow lifting.
He's like, yeah, it will. And I'm the guy. There's so much
Oh yeah, absolutely.
corruption here. It's like I'm the master of coin. I get to throw this party, and then I get to profit from it at the same time.
That's essentially the role, right? And I've seen a reactor some time ago, a couple of reactors who are like, from the beginning, they're like, dude, this man is thirsting after your wife. Do not trust him.
Yeah, yeah. I don't actually think he cares about her. To be honest, I think he's using. He wants to
Really?
use her more, and it's more of a out of a spite. Like at one point in his life, he probably did love her, but I don't think he does anymore. It's more of a spite thing because
Interesting.
he was in like wounded.
So I've actually tried to do for you a little bit of a timeline of what happened and what John Aaron actually was doing,
Mm-hmm.
because we do find out that the night before he fell ill, he got the book. The day before, I think, he went to the blondie girl whose daughter gets killed when the purge of the bastards happens.
Yeah. Hmm.
And a few weeks before that, he meets Gendry.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
So he was on the path of checking if any other children fathered by Robert with different sorts of uh, blonde colored mothers um, would have, you know,
Yeah.
blonde children or not. And they all were black haired. And then he gets the book. So that's the order of what's going on.
Okay. Yeah. Is because um is he aware because he's working with the Lannisters that they killed him?
Do you mean Pycelle?
Yes.
We don't know. He didn't say anything, did he?
I'm just wondering where they would have gotten the poison.
We will find out.
And the poison yeah, it just points me to he just gave away the game to the one guy that was kind of also responsible. In my mind, that's like the guy that would have poison, has a history of working with the Lannisters. He went to them and started asking questions, and so basically the Lannisters already know that he's working towards figuring it out.
But then why would Pycelle say anything?
I don't know. But that was my original like thought process when I was watching it for the first time. Obviously, it's probably not correct.
You don't have all the information yet.
Yes.
Remember this.
Mm,
That's not me. Remember this line. We'll talk about it again sometime in the future.
yeah.
Poor Sam.
He had to
His
go.
story is heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the eldest son.
Yes.
Mm. He has another son. So
Yes. What kind of a father
yeah,
utters those words to his firstborn son?
someone who doesn't care about someone like a Tywin who just wants to preserve his legacy
Yeah.
is prevalent throughout their society a lot. There is no like what's that word called? I gotta look it up. There's no like abdication in this world where you voluntarily give up your heirs. Like someone say, I don't want to be the heir. Could he not have done that?
Well, yes, but then what would he do?
Or at least not go to the wall.
And do what?
I don't know.
He's not a warrior. He's not can't be a knight. How would what would he do? What would he do? Also, as you've seen, so long as you have like the eldest heir,
Yeah.
um, it's always going to be a problem. They can always be some gather some sort of loyalty around them,
Mm.
which was why the Targaryen children were killed.
Could he
I think it's
not
the
have
same.
joined the Maesters instead?
Um, yes, and I think that would have been more fitting for him, but maybe there's more to the story that we don't know yet.
Okay.
What do you think about Sir Hugh of the Vale, this nice gentleman who has 5 minutes of screen time?
um,
Arrogant.
yeah, and kind of aloof.
Yeah,
He, yeah,
I
well,
think this is the moment where we understand that Ned very much overestimated his power in King's Landing.
yeah. Hello.
This is it.
Gendry.
What kind of questions? There you go. The
yeah.
most important thing. what she looked like.
Yeah.
That's what he wanted to know.
Yellow hair.
There you go.
Wait. So is he saying Cersei?
No, no.
Oh.
He's just saying that his mom had hair here, she was blonde, and yet you see he has like jet black hair.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
even if Robert makes a baby with a yellow-haired woman, it's always gonna be black-haired.
Gotcha. Okay. Makes sense.
That's where this is going.
I was gonna be like, how did I not notice that?
No, no, no.
Like
It's
he's
just
a legitimate
confirmation
heir.
after confirmation. Hmm?
I just thought for a second he was like a legitimate heir, like he was actually
No, no, he's
Cersei's
a
child.
bastard. No, 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 he's a bastard.
Yeah, yeah.
Check this out.
Yeah.
Check out this story.
Oh no.
Once again, Taurus.
And there's another thing that I noticed. The Lannister that he killed said, "I'll remember that to the day I die," and so did he, and he killed them both.
Yeah, exactly.
So don't say those words to
Also,
Jamie Lannister.
don't say those words. And also, Jory told him that one of the Greyjoys nearly took his eye, and that's exactly how Jamie kills him
Yeah.
with a dagger in the eye.
Did he do that knowing that on purpose?
Well, they had this conversation,
Yeah,
right?
it must be. Some sadistic.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Good use of direwolf.
Yeah, I'm getting the full metal jacket treatment.
That wasn't a good move though,
Yeah.
because they're never gonna learn reality.
Yeah.
But
I
the
don't think
Lord,
he's. I don't think he's capable of learning how to fight.
He has other gifts.
Yeah.
but this guy, Commander, isn't. He's just letting them beat each other up.
Oh yeah. I understand.
Hello,
They're not really learning. They're just beating the crap out of each other.
that's where I got like cut off because how can you know where to put people in their classes if all you're watching is a bunch of boys just beat each other up?
It's not a sophisticated operation here. They're a bunch of like a ragtag group of people just trying to get these people able to wield a sword competently.
Yeah, he's trying. It's not going well.
No, not a great leader, but it stinks because you stink. You smell it
Yeah,
yourself. Goodness.
Sometimes you don't realize how much control over situation control lands in your lap.
there's another
Just take
moment
it.
when, um, after he walks like the slaves at the end of the horde,
Mm.
um, in the end, Drogo puts him in the cart. And Viserys interprets that as, oh, my apologies, I'm sorry for making you do that. When in reality, it's even worse because only like the old people and the sick people go in the
Mm.
cart. And then they started calling him Cart King. Yeah,
Yes.
he never understands exactly what's going on,
Yeah.
which was his undoing, I suppose.
Very important statement by Jon Snow too.
Yeah, yes. I suppose you mean the not wanting to father
A bastard.
an illegitimate child.
Yeah. And his
Yes.
hesitancy to do anything with Egret in
Mm-hmm.
3x5 and 3x6.
And yet, and yet he did.
Yeah. There's only so much I think morals at that point can do.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
The point here is that bastards from different kingdoms have different last names.
Yeah.
Like in the Riverlands, it's Rivers. Uh, in the Vale, it's Stone. In the
Mm.
Stormlands, it's Storm. In Dorne, it's Sand. In the North, it's Snow, as you know.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's always related to the territory somehow.
Mm-hmm. Set him up for that.
I mean, if the caves were like the one Ygritte showed John, that's a comfortable place to, wait out a storm.
A hot spring.
Absolutely, it's warm
Yeah.
also in such a cave. If you have food, you're set.
If you know how to survive, you probably can find at least enough to survive.
Yeah. But if you're out in the cold, you're
Yeah,
doomed.
just nothing. You hear like wolves howl when he says that.
Yeah. It's amazing acting, by the way. You can see it in his eyes.
Yeah. I just came to mess you up real quick and leave. The realization.
Like, "Ah, that's my cue to get out of here." Nope, actually 30 seconds of screen time. I apologize. Not even 5 minutes.
Yeah, he gets a little introduction, then he's out. The Game of Thrones way.
Do you think he was the one who did the thing? So how are you imagining the whole poisoning of John Adams went down? Like who ordered it, who did it, who organized it, all of it. Do you have an idea?
Um, I don't know specifically who, but I'm just guessing it's the Lannisters trying to sew up loose ends. So none of that kind of what they want not to get out doesn't get out.
Yeah, but specifically, how does Sir Hugh um, come into the picture here?
Like how um like the
So let's look at what we know until now. Okay,
yeah.
so this guy was John Aaron's squire.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have much money. He came into a lot of money just recently after John Aaron died and was killed by the Lannisters' mad dog. What do
So
you think?
rewarding him. So if he had something to do with his death, rewarding him for his part in that, if I were to guess, and then tying up him as a loose end after the fact. That's what I
Yeah,
would guess.
I guess it makes sense. It makes sense, right?
Yeah, he's a loose end who might know things, and knows about the plot. So if he knows about the plot, then killing him in the tourney is uh, the easiest way to make it look like an accident.
Yeah, and everyone's seen it, so it's not like it's some plot or secret, right? It's just
Yeah,
an accident, very public one.
I don't think it's a coincidence that after this, he is tied up as a loose end. She's coming to him wanting to uh, truce.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Cold. Lol.
In the
And there's
introduction of
Braun.
Braun,
Yeah.
there's literally like less than 3 minutes left of this episode, and they're introducing important characters.
Braun. Yeah. Some people um ask where did he come from? Why did he do this when they're like at the Erie and he offers volunteers to fight for him?
Yeah,
And they forget that they've been together since this moment.
yeah. And Braun also sees it as a lord just walked in. I have an opportunity here.
Oh yeah. A rich one who always like pays
Yeah,
well. So why not? Yeah.
I don't know why, but all the Frey people look the same.
Yes, they do.
They all wear the same clothes.
Well, everyone wears the same kind of clothes. The Northerners wear the same Northerner type. And
Yeah, just the variation of the Frey clothing is, I think, the least of
yeah.
all. Well, well, well.
Yeah. Another alignment in the series of events that led to war, civil war. And she wouldn't have done this if Littlefinger hadn't planted that idea in her head.
That is true. Oh boy. I do appreciate all the information and the comments over these 3 seasons so far.
You're very welcome. I hope it's useful
Yeah.
for you guys.
Yes. What do you have to say over there?
I mean, in what regards?
I don't know. I was just asking if you wanted to say anything. We're that's gonna be yeah, that's gonna be it for today. We got 4 episodes down.
Look at that.
We'll probably do this Wednesdays. Um, it's the best. It's the only time I probably can afford to do that. But I do thank you all for coming and hanging out.
Thank you for the watch party. And if you have any questions, as always, we'll be more than happy to answer them on the Discord.
Yeah.
I hope you're doing better and feeling better, the both of you.
We're trying.
And I'm looking forward to hearing your comments about Jamie and 3.6.
Yeah, I I got to check to see if my comments were in the 3x5 episode or the 3x6 Because I think I went on a tangent about it, but I don't remember which one it was in. So we will see.
Looking forward to that for sure.
And the few of you people still in the YouTube stream, thank you for watching. Please like before you leave. And thank you for watching Immersive Reactions.